All right, guys, those of you online, really quick, just a quick, looks like this is a little bit moved. Let me try that. All right, let's see if I don't know if that's better or not. But hey, just a quick reminder of what is due this week, and that is that you have on Friday, both things are due. On Friday, you need to have your field notes done, which again, I read those off to you. Hopefully you got those. I'll have them up at the office if you want to come and pick one up so you physically have a copy of it. But again, you can always just do that on a piece of paper, and that way it's, if you're not able to get over here, it saves you a little bit of time. And so make sure that's done on Friday. And also, please do make sure that your verse quiz, Isaiah 53:5, Isaiah 53:5, that is due on Friday as well. And again, a quick reminder, anytime you take one of those verse quizzes or any quiz in this class, it needs to be proctored by an adult. So make sure they're sitting in there with you while you take the quiz. And again, I cannot stress enough that you have to turn in your assignments. You have to. We're not doing that, and your grades will reflect that. If you do not turn an assignment into me by the end of the day, that Monday after, it is a 0. That's what we have, so you guys have to turn that in. And many of us, some of us are not turning anything in. Others of us are turning in maybe one of the assignments, not the other one. We've got to have everything turned in. Very important. Again, I know it's a little bit different. But take advantage right now. You know, from 8:30 to 8:40, I'll usually jump on around 8:40. Everybody in class here is working on their field notes. So you do that. So 8:30, start working on those field notes. So take that time. If you have a parent there, during the day, you know, on Friday, the very beginning of class, we're not really going to start our class here for a little bit because we're going to take the quiz here. So maybe Friday morning, your parent's there, just go ahead and take it. And then make sure as soon as you get that done, talk to your parents about sending that over to me, or you can always drop it by the office. But I have to have those assignments for you to get credit for them. So please do make sure that you turn it in. If you do it and don't turn it in, it does you no good. You have to make sure to get them to me the Monday after. That everything will be either, again, we'll always have it on Thursday or Friday. That Monday after, everything must be turned into me. If you have a question about that, maybe you say, for whatever reason, I'm not able to get it in, you need to contact me and let me know why that is, and then we'll see if we can work on it, move that deadline back a little bit. I'm not going to move it back because you say, I'm really tired and I can't do it this weekend. No, that's not how it works. You've got to do it. This is like school, just school at home. So you got to be responsible, do it from there, all right? Okay, everybody in class, let's go ahead and put everything away. You should never be working on something outside of Bible class during this time, so make sure of that and help me out with that. Hey, yesterday we tried to do a video, didn't work. I believe I've got it set up. Mr. S helped me get this set up today. And again, what we do is we try to watch these videos. Oftentimes it'll be after we talked about a book. I really like how this guy takes it and sort of breaks down that book. And one book that we just talked about is the book of Isaiah. And if you were just to get out your Bible and read the book of Isaiah, it's pretty difficult in a lot of places. Well, he'll break it down, and then I'm going to talk about it, because really a lot of people look at the book of Isaiah. There's 66 chapters in this book, almost as like an example of what the entire Bible is like. And so let me go to this video so that you guys can watch that, and then we'll sort of discuss it afterwards. But just helping us understand, hopefully a little bit more. Oh, see, there it even is.
This is rice. Think it's good for you? Think again.
Rice is not good for you guys. Important lesson.
History and the books of wisdom. Now we get to the books of prophecy. They're usually divided into two sections. The major prophets, which is Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel, and then the minor prophets, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. Those are the two designations, but don't worry, major doesn't mean better and minor means worse. I'll explain that when I get to the minor prophets. Let's just start at the beginning. Isaiah. It's one of the largest and most complicated and brilliant and bonkers books in the whole Bible. Like, it's got the highest peaks in the whole Old Testament and some of the lowest lows. Well, maybe that's Judges. Isaiah is the scroll that Jesus opened when he's in the synagogue in the New Testament. We're going to get to that. After the Psalms, Isaiah is the book that the New Testament quotes the most. The book isn't narrative, but it contains narrative. It's a compilation of a lifetime of preaching, oracles, stories, prophecies, condemnations, and comfort. Isaiah is like if at the end of a preacher's life they compiled all of his greatest content into one book. It's incredibly helpful to know which section you're in because there's a lot of different types of content here. The overarching concept is this: chapters 1 through 39, judgment. Chapters 40 through 66, redemption. We'll start at the beginning. Chapters 1 to 6 is a setup for the book. It presents the problem and the mechanism for the solution. So in chapters 1 to 4, it's talking all about Israel's failure. God says, your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hates. They've become a burden to me, and I'm weary of bearing them. Chapter 5 is a vivid picture of a vineyard, which represents Israel, and the vine dresser, which represents God. It's just another picture of the devastation of the broken covenants. Chapter 6 is one of the most famous chapters in the whole Old Testament. Isaiah is terrified beyond all belief as he's in the throne room of God. It fills with smoke. God sears his mouth with a coal from the flaming altar brought by a sixth-winged angel to symbolically purify him. He's sent on a mission to God to preach revival to the people of Israel. His obedience to that command is the book that we're now studying. Chapters 7 through 12 contain the first of two narrative signs. Okay, just stay with me. I know it's a bit complicated. In both signs, a king of Judah is under attack by a nation. Isaiah brings them a sign. The first king, King Ahaz, rejects the sign, but God still gives it to him. The sign is a clear picture of the Messiah, who we now know as Jesus Christ. Chapter 7, he's described as Emmanuel. Chapter 9 talks about his nature. Chapter 11 talks about how Jesus is a messianic branch from the line of David. Some of the best and most iconic verses in the whole Old Testament are here. 7:14 says, the virgin shall conceive and call his name Emmanuel. Jesus moment? Chapter 9 says, his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Jesus moment, anybody? Later it says this, with righteousness he shall judge the poor and decide with equity for the meek of the earth. There's just like Jesus moments everywhere in this book. There's so many of them in Isaiah. And in between those are oracles and judgments. Speaking of oracles of judgment, there's a lot of these in the book too. Chapters 12 through 23 contains Isaiah's oracles of judgment against the nations. Babylon, Philistia, Moab, Syria, Ephraim, Cush, Egypt, Babylon again, Edom, Arabia, Jerusalem, and Tyre. It can be easy to see these as random places, but Moab, those are the descendants of Lot. Egypt, that's the people obviously Moses led them from. Edom, the descendants of Esau, and so on and so forth. In the context of the Old Testament, these aren't just like random places. God's not just like, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad. Random people. They're continuing narrative threads from previous books in the Bible. Chapters 24 through 27 describe God's judgments. The focus zooms out yet again. So in chapters 1 through 12, it's talking about Israel, judgments on Israel. 12 through 23 is judgments on the surrounding nations, and 24 through 27 is judgments on the whole earth. Some people call these 4 chapters the Little Apocalypse. Although what's in the chapters is pretty intense destruction, it's really just a picture of God taking the W and crushing everything. He says this, the earth shall be utterly empty and utterly plundered. He will swallow up death forever, and the Lord will wipe away tears from all faces. It's about Judgment Day, but Judgment Day is only awful if you're an enemy of God. And right in there in that section is my favorite Bible verse. Isaiah 26:3 says this, you keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on you because he trusts in you. It's a prophetic verse about the future, but man, let me just testify to the Lord. There is one verse I could hold on to. That is the one. That changed my life. Thank you, Lord. Moving on, chapters 28 through 33 are called the Book of Woes. It's a book within a book. Inception, anybody? That mocks the leaders of Israel for a lot of things. For their drunkenness, for their hypocrisy, for their deception, for their rebellion, for their distrust, for their opposition. Pause. Okay, so there's so much good stuff in Isaiah that we actually can't fit it all in this video. So we're going to be back for more to finish the book, okay?
All right, guys.
Me and think that I'm gonna have a little sap.
All right. So hopefully, again, I know that gives a lot of information. And so I just want you to get, again, the whole purpose is getting a little overview. It's fascinating to me that 1 through 39 really talks about judgment. Some people look at that as saying that is the picture of the Old Testament. Old Testament talks a lot about judgment. But even in the midst of all of that judgment, there is hope. One of my favorite things is he mentioned Isaiah chapter number 7. King Ahaz is a wicked king. Wicked king. God says, I will still spare your people. And Isaiah goes to King Ahaz, says, hey, God said he would do this. He said, what sign do you want that he's going to do this? And Ahaz is like, I don't need a sign. I don't really want anything from God. And Isaiah's like, okay, let me tell you what the sign's going to be. Behold, a virgin shall bring forth a son. We see the prophecy that Jesus will come as the ultimate fulfillment of the delivery of Israel. And again, we talked about this when we were looking at Isaiah. Many times in this book, when it comes to Christmas time, you're going to hear some of these verses used because they are pointing to the Messiah coming. And then in the second part of that, which we'll watch tomorrow, that helps us understand. I was telling, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but when we looked at the fact of Jesus standing up in that synagogue in Nazareth and opening up the scroll of Isaiah and reading that and stopping, sitting down and saying, this day the prophecy is fulfilled. He's saying, I am the Messiah, and I'm here right now. And so we'll look at that a little bit more. But again, hopefully that's just something that helps you just sort of get more of a narrative picture of this. You're not going to remember all of these things. I understand that. But our goal in this is that when somebody says, your pastor or youth pastor gets up and says, hey, take your Bible, turn to the book of Isaiah. I want there to be something in your mind telling you what is going on in Isaiah. Not that you remember every breakdown of it or anything like that, but that you know, hey, Isaiah, this is one of the most quoted books in the New Testament. There's a lot of prophecies about Jesus Christ in here. And it gives you a little bit of a background as you go to that. Now, we started page 153. Everybody go to page 153. By the way, if you are online, please sign in for me at this time so I make sure I know who is here. Online, please sign in. Page 153. Let me help you guys, okay? When a teacher gets up and says, take your books and turn to this page, that's what you should do. All right, so I'm trying to help you. Some of you, and let me help. I'm going to go even further. When the note comes up on the screen, you should be writing it down there. Make sure that you're doing these things, simple things, but they are what is required of you to do. Now, some of you guys were working on this yesterday. Many of you were not here, gone for basketball, whatever it was. But we were working on the fact of filling in these blanks of who is Jeremiah. Jeremiah is going to be the author of the book of Jeremiah, the book of Lamentations. Somebody that was here yesterday, can you guys help everybody out? When we talk about Lamentations, what are we talking about? What are we talking about, Jose? Grief. Expressions of grief. We looked that up in a couple dictionaries yesterday and we're able to... So when we come to Lamentations, which we're going to get to, we're going to see a lot about grief, the destruction that is happening. But let's go right here. Prophesied to the southern kingdom of Judah. Okay, so you got a couple things you're supposed to either circle there or whatever. But who did he prophesy to? He prophesied to the southern kingdom of Judah. This is who Isaiah is talking to, where he is at. Southern kingdom of Judah. Then below that, you're going to circle the name of these 5 kings. They've got other kings there. Don't circle those ones. Just circle the ones that are on the board. These are the kings that he prophesied during their time, which is one of the cool things when you really get into studying the Bible, is understanding that these are not just disconnected books. So these kings, which we looked back at when we were studying 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, we looked at some of these kings. When we come to these prophets, most of the time, not our minor prophets, the major and minor prophets the books written, most of the time it's going to give us the king that they are prophesying during their time. So a great study to do, go find where that king's at in the Bible. So what was going on during this time? So this is the culture that he's in at that time. So Isaiah is there for a while. 5 different kings are going to reign during the time that Isaiah is ruling here, or not ruling, but during the time he is prophesying. A little bit of information about him. He's the son of a priest in Anak. So he's coming from a religious family. There's a scribe, which that's listed later on. And what a scribe would be is basically the guy that would record a lot of what the person said. A lot of times we see that in New Testament, you're going to see that Paul oftentimes does not, he'll oftentimes say he was not writing this, somebody was writing it for him. That's why, well, we don't really know this for sure. People say Paul had a thorn in the flesh. You guys remember that? That's he said he asked God to take away this problem. God did not. A lot of people believe it was his eyesight. Now, we don't know that for sure, but that's what a lot of people believe. One of the reasons is, I forget which letter Paul wrote, but he said you can stand because of how large it is. Again, remember, back in Bible times, who has glasses or contacts in here? Just us two. Everyone else is like, how many? Okay, let's go to a different question. How many of you are supposed to be wearing glasses right now? Let me see your hand. Okay, all right. There's always more that are supposed to that don't. I have had glasses since second grade. All right, I've had to have glasses since second grade. My eyesight, if I took my contacts out right now, I'm not seeing like anything. Like I could not stand here and read this. I could probably see a little bit of who's right here, but if I did not know who was in the back, I would not be able to see it. Like, it's just bad. My kids make fun of me because in the middle of the night you get up, maybe you can't find your glasses. Some of you understand this. I've got to take something like up here. I mean, my eyes are bad. They're very bad. Bible times, they don't have the ability. They don't have the glasses like we have today. Contacts, never even thought of. So it's much harder. If you're struggling with eyesight, which again, people still would have, there wouldn't be a way to correct that. So just to point out, a lot of people had different people write parts of the Bible, but they were the ones that gave it to them. Now we're going to get to Jeremiah's assignment. Jeremiah's assignment. The first part we see God began planning Jeremiah's assignment before he was born. Write these two in there, and I want you to take your Bible and turn to Jeremiah chapter number 1. Jeremiah chapter number 1. This is one of the moral dilemmas of our day. Every generation has moral dilemmas. Every generation. These last few months, I personally have done a study on a lot of civil rights issues and different things like that, and going back to before the Civil War and even in the 50s and 60s in our country, and it just astounds me how before the Civil War, there were people that said, hey, the Bible says that people should be slaves. That's not the case. But people would use it. Now, there is a moral, and it astounds me because I'm thinking, as Christians, people should have stood up against this. It was wicked. It was wrong. God created everybody, and for people to treat somebody differently based on the color of their skin, by the way, back then and in 2021 is a sin against Almighty God. There can be no debate about that when you read the Scripture. There can be none. God is the creator of all, and He did not create anybody better than anybody else. But there's a debate going on today that, to me, also is so very clear in Scripture. Everyone's at Jeremiah chapter number 1, right? Jeremiah chapter 1. And I want you to look at verse number 5. Jeremiah 1, verse number 5. Somebody there that can read. I want everybody to be there, okay? Everybody take out your Bibles. I want everybody to be there, because this is a debate that once we read this verse and talk about it, you will know exactly what we're talking about. But this is something that I believe just as I believe when I'm reading about 1950s and 60s and reading about how there were Christians that did not take a stand for civil rights. I mean, you guys know about that time. There's certain, the water fountains for different people. How crazy is that? There's an issue going on today that I believe every Christian should take a stand on. And so I want to look at that. Brianna, you're there, right? Is that what your hand was up for? Can you read verse number 5 for me? Wait, Jeremiah 1, 5? All right, no. Somebody else there? Yes.
Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee, and before thou comest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee and
Ordained. So here's what it's talking about. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. This is talking about the idea of when a child is in the womb. Are they a child? 50 million babies have been killed in the United States since the 1960s. 50 million. That's a lot. And they've been killed under the idea of it is a woman's right to choose. But who is the giver of life? If God is the giver of life, how can I then say it is somebody's right to choose to take somebody's life? This verse says, before you were even born, God knew who you were. And we can look at others that say the exact same thing. So it is not my right to choose. I'll give you examples today. With all of my children, you go in and you're there for the doctors. One of the tests they like to run is they like to run a test to see if they believe there's anything wrong with the baby. One of the things that proponents of abortion would say is, well, if the baby is born with physical problems, it is better to take the life of the baby than to have them born with those physical problems. That's one of the big things that people would say. But a few things about that. First off, who created that baby? Listen, one day when you and your spouse, when you're excited about a baby coming into this world, there will be concern about their health. There will be. But they would ask about these tests that they would run. We actually never even ran them because it didn't matter to us. If God decides to give us a baby that has issues, that is God's prerogative. That's not mine. Now, I mean, you want a healthy baby, but that's God's choice. I'm trusting in God for that. There's other issues that I'm just not ready to have a child, different things like that, which in many cases is the case. But again, who gives the baby life? Well, a woman should have control over their own body. I agree with that statement. I do. But there is a way to make sure that you are not pregnant. And if you are not ready for that, then that should be the way that you handle that. And then the last argument that people have is, what if there is somebody, if we're talking about rape, something like that, what if that isn't the case? Here's what I would say. Does a child deserve to die because of the sins of the father? I don't believe so. I don't believe a child deserves to die because of the sins of the father. Listen, this is a very serious issue today. And as a Christian, I believe when you get into God's word, here's your decision. Who is the giver of life? If God is the giver of life, then how do I have the ability to choose to take somebody else's life? It's funny, our government recognizes the fact that a baby in the womb is a child. Did you know that? If somebody were to murder somebody who is pregnant, do you know that person is charged with double homicide? They treat that as if that baby is a person. But they switch it around when they say the mother has a chance to make that decision. Listen, we can talk about this later or something like that. I just believe that we need to take a look at this issue. And this is an issue that affects our country. Listen, I fully believe that God will judge this country based on what we're doing right here. I fully believe that will happen. But as Christians, we need to know the truth. What is the truth about this? Is it okay? And I think when you come to Jeremiah 1 verse 5, we get a very clear presentation here. God knew you before you were born. God had a purpose for you before you were even born. And so any baby that is there, it's amazing to me. Let me ask you, medically, when do they pronounce somebody dead? Medically. Anybody know what medically? I see many doctors in the room. Medically, okay, we have a nurse here. Can you give us the information? When the heart stops beating. When the heart stops beating, medically you are pronounced dead. It's amazing to me that when the heart starts beating, which is in the womb. Maybe some of you have been there with a family member and they do the ultrasound where you can hear the heartbeat. For some reason, they don't say that that is when life begins. They say it's when it ends, but they don't say it's when it begins. And so this is just something that when we come to this portion, I want to point this out because I think it's such a big issue for us to understand that if God is the giver of life, then who am I to decide to take somebody else's life? And this is something that I think people need to be aware of. I think people need to get more involved. You know, we've got it. These are more, I guess, political things wrong with our country. But do you know that it is much, much cheaper to have an abortion than for somebody to adopt a baby? Why is that? Why is it much cheaper for that? It should be cheaper for somebody who is saying, I can't take care of this baby, but I want it to live. Why is it so expensive for somebody to adopt a baby in the United States right now? It could cost a lot of money. A lot of money. Like I mean, there's different estimates. You're talking probably $30,000 to $100,000 to adopt a baby, just for the adoption, not taking care of the baby after you adopt, just for the adoption itself. That's a tough thing to do for any family. So we've got to look into ways of helping, and there are crisis pregnancy clinics. There's ones in San Bernardino, I believe, is the closest one that we have, where they try to help people understand this. But it's amazing to me, some of the laws are in place. You know, in different states, they wanted to make this a law. Before somebody could abort the baby, they would have to hear the baby's heartbeat, because they wanted the mother to really consider it before it happened. But those laws have been struck down as unconstitutional. I'm not sure how that is. And again, you guys know, I do not get very political, and I try not to on purpose. I don't think this is a political issue. I think this is a moral issue. And there's a big difference between political issue and moral issue. And when it is a moral issue, when the Bible addresses it, I think we as Christians need to take a stand on this issue. And again, Jeremiah 1:5 is a verse that I think helps us understand that. God began planning Jeremiah's assignment before he was born. Jeremiah couldn't speak because he was so young. And that's what he says in verse number 6. Then said I, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. Does that mean he's like 8 years old here? Probably not. But he's younger. I mean, it's an 18-year-old trying to tell an 8-year-old different things is a difficult thing to do. Let's make sure we put that down, all right? It's hard to do that. Bigger than everybody, how can I speak to them? So what is God's advice? God told him not to be afraid because he was with Jeremiah to deliver him. God appointed Jeremiah as a prophet to the nations. Listen, this is a big thing for you guys to understand. Sometimes it's like, well, I'm just 13 years old. I mean, how can I speak? This is what Jeremiah is saying. Saying, God, I'm just young. How could you ever use me? And God says, no, I'll be with you. I'll be with you. He was with Jeremiah to deliver him. God appoints him as just a prophet to the nations. And then he promised to help keep Jeremiah strong. And he's going to compare him to 3 different objects. Let me give these to you. We'll go probably just the 2 of them right now. A fortified city. He compares him to 3 different things. He said, this is how strong you're going to be, Jeremiah. And again, I am the one strengthening you. But you will be strong. And let me compare that to 3 different things. Everybody should be writing these in here. God will protect him like a city ready to defend itself against attack. To me, I'm not a huge movie. I think I was sharing with some of you guys the other day. Growing up, when I was in high school, the movies that were coming out that were like a part of a trilogy were Lord of the Rings. I don't know if any of you guys ever seen the Lord of the Rings movies, different things like that. Anybody like Lord of the Rings movies? No. Okay. All right. So nobody. Okay, a little bit. Lord of the Rings is what we watch. Now, Lord of the Rings, you get to these points where there's going to be a battle. And they've got all of the people lined up, and they've got these massive walls and all of this, and they are ready to fight the enemy that is getting ready to attack them. And this is what God is comparing how strong Jeremiah will be to. He said, you're a fortified city. They're looking to attack you, but they don't understand that you can withstand that attack. An iron pillar, what's he saying here? You're a lasting monument. They're not going to cut you down. You will stand against them. We're going to look tomorrow. Jeremiah goes through some terrible times. He's thrown in a pit and left for dead. But he's going to continue to follow after God because God says, I'm going to strengthen you. Once you guys have this written in, you guys can be dismissed, and we will see you again tomorrow. All right? Have a great rest of your day.
Okay, shh. Everybody, class, time to be quiet. Deals, I'm taking care of something here real quick, so I'm just going to interrupt you. I'm going to come back on in about 2-3 minutes. Okay, but sorry for the delay. Um, if you haven't brought me your test or quiz or anything else, make sure you're getting that to me. That's part of what we're dealing with right now. So, give us a few minutes here, okay? So I'll come back. DLs, we're back. Let me get the screen up and we'll start rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep those doggies moving. You guys don't even know that song, do you? It's Rawhide. Okay, take out a piece of paper and a writing utensil. When's our next homework assignment? By the way, yesterday I said that yesterday I put on the board, prepare for quiz 19, because I thought I had it for some reason mixed up. That it wasn't today, it was on Friday, so I was just giving you a couple days head notice. Okay? So we're having a quiz on Friday, so I'm going to put that up there right now. Quiz 19, I believe it is. Yep. So prepare for quiz 19 on Friday. Now, basketball players, and I think this is involving both sets. If we can get that quiz taken Thursday, that would be great. Okay? If absolutely you can't get it on Thursday, and you won't be here, I know you won't be here on Friday. So then we'll just postpone that one for you till Monday. Okay? Everyone else will take the quiz on Friday. It is an NOB. Okay? Not open book. So make sure you're studying for that quiz 19 on Friday. DLs, I hope you got that. It's good to see you guys online. Piece of paper and a pencil, because we are red eye. Here it is. 7 questions. Shh, just 7. While you're taking that, let me say this too. Since we've had a few days of doing these tests and quizzes, okay, things could be misplaced on my part. So and I didn't record it, so if you got it back like last Friday, or maybe even on Monday, and you didn't, I don't have a grade for you, let me know, okay? After we do this quiz, I'll just go down my list. That'll be the easiest to do. I don't want to embarrass anybody, but I'd rather get things taken care of and see what the dilemma is before we proceed on. Okay, but finish your reading quiz 1 through 7. Is there anybody in here not finished? Okay, here's your answers. They're all true this time. Okay, now this one, and you got some other reading quizzes coming up, so you got several extra credit points coming up for your benefit. But you got an easy week this week of homework. There is nothing on the scale for homework except studying for this quiz. Okay? So you've got an easy week as far as homework goes, so all these extra credit points will go towards the next assignment. Okay? Which will be the first part of next week. Okay? But today, Micah, how many did you get? 6? Erica? Cody? Jasmine? Natalie? Destiny? Chase? Ariana? Brianna? Aaron? Cheyenne? Bella? Jose? Jason? Jezreel, send me, if you want the points, send me something that tells me that, okay? And put on there quiz lesson 87, okay? Mia, do the same thing, and Emily, do the same thing. Quiz 87 for these points. Jaden.
6.
Emma? John? Yeah. Yes. Okay, so he gets a 0 there. Hudson? Okay, Emily, send me. Mia, send me. Tyler? Eliana? I'm sorry? 6? Okay. Cody? Shh. Kayla? Joey? Elias? Okay. Okay, let's get into this. We were really far. We got to do a review. I want to do it. Keep it. Are these review questions helping you? No? Then we'll stop doing them if they're not helping. Okay, what is the blanket of gases that surround our planet? The atmosphere. Good. What is the lowest atmosphere which has a constant chemical composition and is composed of nearly unchanging mixture of several gases? The homosphere. Good. What is the most abundant gas that we breathe? Huh? Nitrogen. What's the gaseous form of water? Water vapor. Okay? That's it. The distinctive layers of our atmosphere. Okay, so we hit on this a little bit yesterday. The first one is the homosphere. That is the lowest atmosphere, lowest part of the atmosphere. Okay? Or it's the lower atmosphere, I'm going to say it that way. As you can see, it involves the thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, troposphere, okay? But these are all involved in the homosphere. You have what's called the turbopause. The turbopause is just the boundary or transitional zone between the lower and the upper atmosphere, okay? So the lower atmosphere is the homosphere. So the line right above it, okay, the edge right above it is what we would call the turbopause. Letter C, the heterosphere is the upper atmosphere. So looking at that, yeah, okay. So it's not even part of the homosphere, it's the one that's above the homosphere. So right where that arrow's that's pointing down, saying God's love, okay, that right there is what we would call the turbopause. That invisible line, that arc right there. Above that, the white part of that picture is what we would say the heterosphere. Okay, Aaron, question? What was B? Okay, hetero. Turbopause. Letter C was heterosphere. You got that? Hetero means different. Okay. So you've got different aspects going on in the heterosphere. The heterosphere is composed of helium. Okay. And this is why people can't breathe out there. They have to have oxygen or some kind of container that's giving them that oxygen. Because of the gas, the helium, they can't breathe out there because it's a poisonous gas if you get too much of it. Yes, sir. Well, it does here on Earth. So honestly, I don't know how it would go out there, but I'm sure it would. But I don't know how soon the helium would take over and kill you. Okay. But theoretically, yes. Okay. And here's why, because that air in the heterosphere is very thin. Okay? When we go out here, we have the homosphere, the air, the atmosphere, and that atmosphere is dense enough to where we're able to breathe through it. Okay? And we talked about yesterday the various components of the atmosphere, how much of each gas is there. Okay? And God has provided that, made that especially suitable for us to breathe and live here on earth. Okay? With just that statement and what we're talking about here, that the heterosphere is very thin, okay? If the heterosphere, which is our upper atmosphere, still part of the earth aspect, earth sky, if everything beyond the heterosphere, okay, and there's the next one is called the exosphere. But everything beyond that exosphere, heterosphere, everything, the air gets thinner and thinner and thinner. Okay? So if those areas out there are very thin, and even around the gaseous planets, or any of the planets besides Earth, because of the thinness of the air, that's one proof, scientific proof, that man life is not existent on anything else but the earth. Okay? Heavier objects, they will sink. Lighter objects will rise. Okay? Therefore, that's why when you have a helium balloon, it rises. Okay? In the heterosphere. And even here in the atmosphere. The homosphere. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit more of a detailed division. The Earth's weather, that's called the troposphere, okay? It's the weather layer of the atmosphere. Yes, ma'am. That one? Very thin. It's the layer of the atmosphere that is responsible for our weather. Therefore, that's why they call it the weather layer. It's the lowest layer of our atmosphere. Okay? It's the one that as you walk outside, you are breathing the air of the troposphere. Okay? It's that white layer on the picture. That's where all the boom lightning goes on and thunder and snow falls down. Rain comes down. Okay? Lightning helps. Okay? 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 That's where all the atmosphere, the weather takes place. It extends from the ground of the earth to an average of 7 to 8 miles. Okay? So, by the time you drive from here to Moreno Valley, you would be outside the troposphere in comparison of distance. Okay? Between here and Moreno Valley is about someplace between 10 and 15 miles, I believe. Okay? So by the time in comparison you would drive to Moreno Valley, you would be out of the atmosphere if you flew that same distance. Okay? Tornadoes, snow, rain, lightning, and other types of weather occur in the troposphere. Okay? Just getting you on your toes, okay? Or off your seats, whatever. Jose. I'm not picking on you. It's the whole class that I'm picking on. Okay? Got it? Got it, Jose? Hopefully we can finish this today. If not, that's fine.
Mr. Bernhardt, it's not our fault she hacked into the computer.
You got it, Jose? Okay. So, all the weather. All of the atmosphere's water vapor is located in the troposphere. Okay? That would make sense because that's where the clouds are. That's because the clouds are made up of the water vapor. When it gets cold enough, the water vapor, the water molecules condense more, and that's why you see the clouds. The clouds wouldn't form if that vapor wasn't up there. Okay? And yes, every time you breathe in, you're breathing in water vapors. Okay? But just enough to where it's not bothering you, but it keeps your system in a moist aspect.
What if it's humid?
A lot of people have trouble, and that's why they have more trouble in the humid areas because it's more dense. Okay? It's more dense in those. Shh. Destiny. Shh. Quiet. Okay. Now, the troposphere is also characterized by the temperature gradient. The temperature gradient is just a steady drop in temperature as altitude increases. Okay? So the higher you go, it's just like driving up on a mountain. The higher you go, the colder it gets. Okay? Same way in the atmosphere. The higher you go, the colder it gets. Yep. Yep. That and everybody's got their air conditioner going. Yeah. Airflow. Okay. Letter F. The tropopause. This is the point in the troposphere, or when the troposphere the temperatures start to level off. Okay? The tropopause is the line, so whenever you see the word pause behind the word, behind the prefix, then remember that is the division between the layers. Okay? So tropopause is the layer between the tropopause and the stratosphere. Okay? As you can see on here. So it's just that line that's forming right there. Okay? Right between them. Right above that white. Now, so we go into the stratosphere. That's called the steadier layer. It's the second temperature layer of the atmosphere, immediately above the tropopause. Okay? So troposphere, tropopause, stratosphere. Okay? It stretches from the tropopause to an altitude of about 31 miles. Okay? So the stratosphere is about 31 miles wide. So that would be distance of 2 Merino valleys. Okay? Estimate. Okay? It has strong, steady winds, but few changes of weather. Okay? Because the weather is in the tropopause or troposphere. Okay? That's part of why the jets like to get up into that area, because they get the tailwinds that push them along, helps them to save their fuel. Okay? Tropopause.
What was
4-1? Or 4-1 or
almost food? My parents just wrote down. What? Almost food. Hetero means
homo or
hetero means
different, yeah.
different. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. 4C1. Okay. Okay, so in this layer, it's free of clouds, water vapor. So therefore, when you get in a plane and you start going up above the cloud line and you fly up there, you don't have any clouds until you come back into the troposphere. It's too thin for even birds to breathe. Okay? Commercial jetliners, they reach the lower stratosphere on the long distance flights. Again, like I was saying, it helps them to save their fuel. They get the wind, tailwinds. The gradient is opposite of the troposphere, where it slowly rises. Okay, so as you're going through the troposphere, the higher you get, the colder it gets. But then you reach the stratosphere, and the higher you get, the hotter it gets. Okay? The overall temperature of the atmosphere or stratosphere varies with the seasons. It can reach a maximum temperature of -3 degrees at its stratopause, which is the upper boundary of the stratosphere. Now keep in mind that it's getting warmer. So at the bottom of the stratosphere, it's got to be really cold if the top of it is only a -3. Yes? Huh?
You know how sometimes there's like snow on mountains, but not in the actual city?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't hot air rise? So why isn't it hotter up here?
are you saying?
But hotter rises.
I know. What was it? What was your answer?
Because the air particles are thinner, so they're not as dense as down here.
And that's part of it right there.
So why does
Air's thinner up there, so it gets colder. It's not holding in the heat. Okay,
so where does the heat go?
evaporates into condensation, basically. So it can itself. Okay, your homework tonight is doing your STEM project. Okay, that's the data tables and the graphs for your project that we're not doing. Okay, okay. Pages 188 to 190 is your homework for reading tonight. Also preparing for your quiz on Friday. Okay? So, DLs, just in time, we finished this. So, have a great atmospheric day. Bye. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's see. Okay, just go ahead and say the definition. When I say the vocab word, what does, say the vocab word when I say the definition, okay? Incalculable or priceless? Inestimable? Inestimable. Or estimable. Yesterday we were playing a review game and all she wrote on the board was estimable. And then wrote the in at the end. Okay, so inestimable. What does it mean to send? And dispatch, okay? Make sure dispatch is just send, emit is send forth or send out, okay? Kind of like a sun ray kind of emitting sun rays, it just kind of just goes out. Dispatch is like you're physically like sending something, or they use that in obviously police terms, dispatching units to the scene. Don't do it. Okay, what does it mean when you're setting apart a portion, a sign? Was it? Allocate, okay? Make sure everyone knows that one, Cheyenne Mask. Oh, you're already putting it on, thank you. Sorrow, grief, regret, remorse, good. Bliss, happiness, ecstasy, rapture. Let's see. Board a vessel or aircraft, set out. What was it? Embark, good. Secretly plot to do wrong, scheme, conspire. Connive. Settle, resolve, harmonize, reconcile, and then ask or request. Solicit, think of Girl Scouts walking door to door, selling stuff, soliciting. I don't know if you've ever seen no soliciting signs. That means no selling things. So ask or request is solicit. Okay? All right, go ahead and put that away. Those of you in distant learning, we do have a spelling dictation section, so make sure you guys are following along. I just sent the quiz, so if you don't have it printed out yet, you can write it on a piece of paper or print it out real quick, but make sure you guys are listening during this section, okay? All right, go ahead and clear your desk, everybody. Yes, Jose? Okay. Jezreel, if you're here, can you comment that you're here? I only see Mia and Emily. All right, go ahead and turn or look at the dictation section. We're going to go through that. Those of you in distant learning, please listen. Okay, number 1. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you pass that? I was wondering why I had an extra one. Can you pass that back to Aaron? Aaron, did you bring your gamer headset? So you're doing nothing today? Oh. Very original. Awesome. All right, here we go. Number 1. I'm going to put my mask down so that everyone can hear better with like all the phonics and stuff. So psychology. Psychology. Number 2, necessary. Necessary. Number 3, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Number 4, chronological. Chronological. Does anybody have a pencil that Natalie could borrow? Oh, she's got one. Sure, where's your backpack? Oh, yeah. Okay, number 5. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Good? Number 5, actually. 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 Like, actually, I did this. Original sentences. Not my strong suit. I heard. Halfway down 15. All right. We'll talk about it in a second. Okay, number 6, hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Number 7, thorough. Thorough. Number 8, authority. Authority. Number 9, whole, as in a whole pizza. And then number 10, accidentally. Accidentally. Okay, I'm going to go through these again, make sure that these are correct in your, on your paper. Number 1, psychology. Number 2, necessary. Number 3, undoubtedly. Number 4, chronological. Number 5, actually. Number 6, hypocrisy. 7, thorough. 8, authority. 9, whole. 10, accidentally. Okay, once you're done with your quiz, you may turn it in to the tray. Last night was just a study. That was from Monday. Okay, so I think we have a good idea of what nouns are, but we don't really know the differences between collective nouns, and then compound nouns and nouns that are plural. So we're going to do our quiz again in class together, but we're going to go through the paragraph. I'll tell you why. Back your other quiz to make sure that you guys, or see what you guys missed. Oh, I should have asked somebody else. Walking around in that dress probably is not the greatest. Huh?
Probably not.
Thank you. Here's some more. And here's Kayla's on that side. America's. Sorry. 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 All right, so everyone should already have a copy of the blank quiz. Obviously, if those of you who got a good grade, awesome. You can follow along with us if you'd like. But if anyone got a 70 and above, you don't need to do this. Anyone with a 70 or below needs to redo this and turn it in, okay? So let's look at the first paragraph, okay? Or the random facts about the ocean, all right? So everyone should be comparing it to, oh no, this is locked. Yes. 70 and below needs to do it with me, okay? Because literally 70 is just 1 point away from a D, so C minus is just as low, okay? All right, so look at this. Random facts about the ocean animals, all right? So a group of fish is called a school. We need to underline common nouns. Who can raise their hand and tell me what a common noun is? Natalie? Good, a random person, place, thing, or idea. It's not a specific thing, okay? A compound noun, who knows what a compound noun is? Compound noun. Bella? Good, a noun that is two words put together to form one noun, okay? Like the word basketball, okay? Basket is a word, ball is a word. It forms to be one whole word together. A lot of us circled plural nouns for compound nouns, like the word dolphins, okay? Dolphins is a plural noun, but it's one thing. Dolph is not a word, and ins is not a word, okay? So literal words put together is a compound noun. And then collective nouns is obviously a bunch of things that make one thing, all right? So a group of fish is called a school. Who can raise their hand and tell me what we do in this sentence, okay? Aaron? Okay, let me grab my key. I would box school because obviously it's a group of fish, okay? But I would also box group, okay? Because it's a bunch of individuals to make up one thing, all right? So if you underlined it, I took it, but I would box it, okay? Because that one was a little confusing. Okay, so underline or box the group, all right? So then I would underline fish, underline school. A group of oysters is called a bed. What would I do here, Cheyenne? Good, underline group, underline oysters, or box bed. Let's just say box group, okay? And a group of turtles is called a bale, dole, or nest. Joey, what would I box, underline, or circle here? Not circle. Remember, circling is compound nouns. Two words that make one word. okay? So I would box group, but notice this, any article or any outside word I don't underline or box. So the word of, I don't need to box or circle or underline, okay? Is a verb, called is a verb. I wouldn't include those within underlining or boxing, okay? So group, turtles, and then what would I do with bale, dole, nest? Not underline. If it's a group of turtles, it's one thing, it would be a collective noun. So what do I do with collective nouns? Box them. So box, bale, dole, nest. Okay? Box, bale, dole, or nest. But not the word or, because or is a conjunction. It's not a noun. Okay? A pod of whales travels together. What do I do here? Chase? Good, okay. A pod of whales travels together, usually searching for food or warmer water. The reason why whales is underlined because it's a noun. Food and water, all of those are nouns, common nouns. They're not the names or specific things, okay? Jellyfish are the oldest multicellular animals on the planet. What would I do here, Elias? Okay. Circle jellyfish, underline animals, underline planet. All of those are nouns. Notice how jellyfish is a compound noun. Jelly is a word, fish is a word. Put it together, it's one thing. That's a compound noun. Okay, you thinking of the song Jellyfish? There is a song called Jellyfish. But yes, so it's not a plural noun, or it's not a plural nouns that make something compound. Okay, it's literal two words put together to make one noun. Okay, an electric eel is known to produce electricity sufficient enough to light up 10 electric bulbs. Okay, what do I do here? Let's go with Jaden. Okay, so electric eel, technically I would just underline eel, but you could circle it. I left it if it was all circled because that's the name, but eel is the noun here. Electricity is a noun, and then bulbs, I would just underline. I would not circle electric bulbs because electric in this case is an actual adjective. It's saying what kind of bulbs, just bulbs, what I would underline. Okay, next sentence, Ari. Good. Good. Okay, I would underline dolphins, brain, eye, predators, and threats, but also I would underline the word half. Okay? That is a name of, obviously, a fraction, so half. Okay, that's a noun. An octopus has 3 hearts. What would I underline in that portion of the sentence? Tyler? Okay. What else would I underline? What's my subject? Octopus. Good. Octopus, make sure that you're underlining that. Octopus has 3 hearts. Underline hearts, color, blood, but also I would underline blue in this one because it's a name of a color. Okay? It's not describing what kind of blood. It's saying it's the blood that is equaling blue. All right? The color is equaling blue. Sorry, not blood. At 188 decibels, let's go with Kayla. What I underline here, at 188 decibels, the calls of blue whales are the loudest sound made by any animal on the planet. That's the name of the entire thing if you're circling it as well. But I would also just underline whales, okay? Seahorses are the only animals in which the male, not the female, gives birth and care for their young. What do I do here? Let's go with Destiny. Okay, so that's one thing that we could change right away, okay? Is see a word? It's not? Okay, is horses a word? Put it together and it makes seahorses, so that would be a, what kind of noun? Compound noun, so I would, not box it, circle it, okay? Circle seahorses. It's a compound noun. Okay, seahorses are the only animals, okay, continue on. I wouldn't circle gives birth, okay? Gives is my verb, but birth is a thing, so I would underline it. And then one thing I would also underline is young, okay? Make sure everyone is going through these, correcting it, and then turning it in at the end, okay? A shrimp's heart is in their head. Cody, what would I do here? Good. Heart. Good. Some of us underlined shrimps. Okay, yes, shrimp is a thing, but in this sentence, it's an adjective saying what kind of head, a heart, shrimp's heart. Okay? Sea sponges have no head, mouth, eyes, feelers, bones, hearts, lungs, or brain, yet they are alive. Let's go with, oh, John's not here. Joey, what do we do here? Just sponges? Sea sponges, good. Even though they're not joined together, it's not just sponges, it's sea sponges. That's the name of the animal. You missed one in there. Head, mouth, and eyes. Okay? Okay, that's the next sentence, but good job. Underlined turtles live on every continent except Antarctica. Who has this one? Jose, you want to give me this one? Turtles live on every continent except Antarctica. Good, okay? Since sharks have no bones, when they die, the salt water dissolves every part of them except for their teeth. Jaden? What are you writing? For what? For what? Okay? Who can help her out? Brianna. Good. Underline sharks, underline bones, circle salt water. Jaden, give me the notebook. Circle salt water, underline parts, underline teeth. Okay? Salt water, salt is a word, water is a word, put together, compound noun. Okay? Bottom line to know with compound nouns, you don't circle them if they're plural. Okay? It's just a lot of them all at once. It's not two things put together to make one. And then also, look at number 9. Okay, everyone look at number 9. A lot of us did miss this. Okay, but this one, it says Josh is one of those players who knows or know how to handle pressure well. Okay, the answer is B, because who is the subject of that clause, but it's describing or going back to the word players, which is singular or plural, class? Plural. So with that sentence, I need to look at players and then who know how to handle pressure well. Okay, that's number 9. And then also number 10, some of us missed it, Great Expectations and A Christmas Carol. Yes, Great Expectations is one book, and so is Christmas Carol, but since there's 2 books as the sentence, we would still need to choose the word were. Okay? If it was Great Expectations was written by Charles Dickens, or A Christmas Carol was written by Charles Dickens, but since there's 2 subjects, we still need a plural verb. Okay? If you got a 70 or below, go ahead and turn in the paper to the tray. Everyone should have been following along. Huh? No, you're good. Yeah. All right. All right, last but not least, go ahead and take out your grammar books. So I told the students this yesterday, we were to have a reading quiz over Miss Hinch today, but obviously I didn't want to give you guys, those who weren't here yesterday, kind of stressed with the quiz in spelling and literature. So make sure that if you did not read the rest of your story, Miss Hinch, finish it tonight, and there will be a reading quiz tomorrow. So basketball guys, you probably, I don't know, maybe you guys did read the story, awesome, but if not, make sure that gets done tonight so that you guys can be ready for the quiz tomorrow. Then we will have a test on Friday, okay? So we'll start review for that tomorrow, okay, in class. All right, go ahead and turn the page to page 117. Page 117. Actually, page 116. Did we already do this one? Oh, wrong book. I was so confused. Sorry about that. Page 117 in your grammar books. Also page number, what page is it, Belladina? 123, I think. Oh, 130. Good. Thank you, Ari. Page 130 in the blue book. Talking about just a review of direct objects and indirect objects. Okay, go ahead and do exercise B. Again, I mentioned this on Monday. Basketball team is going to be gone on Friday, so you will have to make up your tests on Monday, so make sure you guys are studying for that over the weekend. Those of you who are still here, you'll be taking your test during our class on Friday, whoever your sub will be. Okay? All right, let's go over exercise B really quickly. Okay? Exercise B, underline each verb twice. So underline the subject once. Circle direct object, box indirect object. Okay? Go ahead and follow along. We're kind of pinched for time, so I'm going to tell what we did. Here, you should have underlined Incas once, underlined built twice, circled civilization. Okay, there is no indirect object there. The Incas, underline Incas, is my subject, made twice. Underline that is my verb, circle home. No indirect object there. They, or about AD 1200, they, I would underline as my subject, built twice as my verb. Kingdom, I would circle as my direct object. For whom, themselves. Themselves is my indirect object. Okay? At the peak of their prosperity in the 1400s, the Inca kingdom covered parts of Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Argentina. Kingdom is my subject. Covered is my verb. Circle parts. Parts is my direct object. Inca's subject developed verb circle system. Also underline constructed twice because that is another verb. Circle bridges as my direct object of that verb. Underline built twice because there are no indirect objects there, just direct objects. Underline artificers, refined, object in my verb. Molded is also my verb. Circle, silver, copper, bronze, gold. All of those are direct objects. Okay, and then I'm going to not give you the rest because I still see some people doing exactly what I say after. Miss Hinch, quiz tomorrow, tests on Friday. Sorry, I have to repeat that. My microphone wasn't working. But yeah, so exercise B, finish that, and then you guys will be dismissed. The story. What do you mean? Just like the plot of the story, know what happens, the outcome of the story. You tell me. You figure it out for yourself. Okay, and then I'm passing back the reading quiz that we had over $1 million or the $1 million note. Shh, guys. If I wrote a note on your paper, then this needs to be turned into me tomorrow. Okay, so if you guys did not do well on this quiz, you need to go back and correct the answers and then turn it in. Okay? Some of you guys need a better grade, so if you do not turn this quiz back in, it will remain your quiz in my score. It will remain your grade. If you turn it back in, I will need some. Okay, you guys this.
Hello. Why do you guys always do this? I know if someone touches this. All right, welcome, distant learners. Shh, everyone quiet. Okay, today we have our quiz today. Okay, that's all we're gonna do today. You're welcome. Okay, we'll probably finish most of the notes tomorrow, or as much as we can. Okay, on Friday there will be another. Shh, Cody. It's the last time I'm asking. Next time you talk, you're going up to the office. If you can't control your tongue, just be quiet. Okay, so we have our quiz today. It should be sent to you. Jezreel is sent on My School Works. Mia is messaged to you, and Emily is emailed to you. Let me know if you didn't get it. I can resend it again quickly. Make sure you throw your name in the chat as well so I know you're here. I can mark you down as present. But Friday I won't be here either. We'll have your homework assignment in class. I'll probably give that to you tomorrow, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. But all we have today is this quiz. Okay, so after I leave, you can ask questions in the chat, but I'm not going to be on the camera the whole time, but I will see your questions, and then I'll come back on and answer them for you. Okay, so right now we have the quiz. You guys can study, take that, make sure you turn it in so I can get that graded, and you guys can get credit for it. Let me know if you have any questions. I'll still be here. Just throw it in the chat.